Good morning, everyone. Aaron, go ahead and take it away for us.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody had a good night. Give everybody a second to come in. How we doing? Snipe, good morning. Tommy B, up, killing it. Nice. 5:15 a.m. in Cali. Gaining ground. Good morning, Miss Amanda. What's up? How are you? Hopefully you're nice and warm and toasty. 20 degrees and about 6 inches of snow here. You're more than welcome to come visit. Didn't know. Oh, you probably still in Virginia. You might still be in Virginia, Amanda. Omar RC, good morning. Good morning. Hello, Manco. How are you? All right. We got a big morning here at 8:30, guys. With we got jobs data coming out, so we do have a big news morning here. Morning, Miss Paz. Ivan, good morning. Oh, I bet you're nice and warm in Florida. Yes. Very good. Very good. Am I a vet? No, my son is stationed in San Diego in the Navy, and he's in sea school right now. So he'll be getting deployed within the year. So, yep. So excited for him. Nervous Papa, obviously. All right. Morning, Miss Sabrina. Were you military, Manco? I know he gives me the Huya Navy all the time. My whole family was. I don't know how I skipped a generation, but yeah, my grandpa was sergeant major, retired sergeant major. My other grandpa, oh, nice, 20 years. What's LE mean? I don't know what that means. Well, he'll get stationed either more than likely on a destroyer. More than likely, he'll be on a destroyer. But his permanent station is San Diego, which, as a 19-year-old handsome young man, I can tell you he's not too terribly upset about that. Amanda, so to speak. He is not too upset about that. Oh, law enforcement. Oh, very nice, Lo. Yeah, my dad was, yeah, my whole family story. My grandfather on my dad's side actually flew. He was a pilot. He flew in World War II, and then my grandpa on my mom's side, retired sergeant major. My dad was a firefighter for 25 years, or 20 years, firefighter for 20 years. And I just happened to be good at stopping rubber discs growing up, so that's where I ended up. And yeah, now my son's taken over that realm of everything. So yeah, he went in for boot camp. A lot of people on here actually supported him in boot camp, sent him letters and stuff. It was a great community we had, and yeah, he left November 24. Was in Great Lakes, Chicago, and then yep, stationed out in San Diego now for sea school. So no, he doesn't trade. He's all boy, man. He couldn't sit still to do what we do. Maybe when he gets older, but no, he is all boy. He's been all boy since he was a kid. Just he's really good at like breaking things and yeah, moving around all the time, breaking stuff. He's really good at that. No, in Indiana, he was in Indiana. Yeah, my dad was a firefighter in Indiana. Yeah. no, but that was the one thing. See, my son went and got his Fire 1, Fire 2 certification in high school, and he was going to go that route. He was a volunteer, and then he was going to go full-time firefighter when he graduated high school, but then decided wanted something bigger. So, and every sailor has to be a certified firefighter. So he kind of had a, I wouldn't say leg up, but he had, something he was interested in. So, yeah, so he went that route. Yep. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny you. Oh, thanks, Omar. Yeah, maybe when he gets older and settles down a little bit. Yeah, every sailor in the U.S. Navy you have to get certified to be a firefighter. Yeah, that's one of the big things they do in boot camp and continual training on is, everybody has to be a firefighter. You got to think of it. If you're out at sea, you really got nobody to call. Figure out how to do it yourself, right? Yeah. Yeah, Tommy B. It's funny you say that because there's so many people that are giving him all that same advice. Yeah. Oh, and Tommy B. You'll probably get a kick out of this too. So I talked to him yesterday, and he got his last pay. They're all still in the barracks, right? They're all still in the barracks in San Diego, and he looked at his last paycheck, and he's getting paid housing now. He's getting his housing allowance, and they haven't moved any of them out of the barracks. So he's like, I'm not gonna. He's like, my roommate's been getting his housing allowance for 3 months. So, so I'm like, oh man, don't say anything. I'm sure they'll figure it out sooner or later. All right. Yeah, that's Amanda. That's how it is in Indiana too. You either go to the academy, the fire academy, or the police academy. Yeah. But they took everybody in, Tommy B, right away, like right after boot camp, and signed them all up for disability for flat feet. So he'll have flat feet disability regardless. I don't know if that's just a normal thing they do, but yeah, I'll tell them that. I'll tell them that, Tommy. All right, Inco, good morning. All right. Okay, everybody, let's get started here. I could sit and talk about this forever. All right, so starting off on news, we've got Bernice, good morning. Yeah, flat feet too, Tommy. Yeah, they signed him up right away. Well, his first introduction to the U.S. military was during his medical week. He'd been at boot camp for 4 days, and they're like, "No, we're taking your wisdom teeth out." He's like, "Sweet, okay." So they cut 4 wisdom teeth out, gave him some ibuprofen, and 48 hours, and then you're like, "You're right back at it, man." He was like, "Okay, yeah." That was his introduction to the Navy. All right, so starting up on news, guys. At 8:30 here, we've got, I kind of screwed up my little, there we go. At 8:30, we've got our unemployment claims. Now, this is a really big deal, right? We're starting to get these back normally. Now that the shutdown's over and all that fun stuff. They're forecasting a 219. Now, why do we care so much about this? Because this is going to affect the Fed Fund futures, right? So we'll see going into the morning how the market responds to this here at 8:30. All right, that's a big news event. So probably not the best idea to be throwing on brand new positions right now. All right, and then at noon, we have Bowman speaking. But then tomorrow, we've got PCE. This is an inflation print. This PCE is a big deal, super big deal. Probably our biggest news event of the week, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Okay, Eastern. All right, so what's right in front of us right now? We've got unemployment claims here coming up in 4 minutes. All right, now our Fed Fund futures, remember, we're going into Fed week next week, right? So we've still got our 89.2% chance of a cut. All right, so we'll see after unemployment claims today, after we get our jobs data today, and then our inflation print with PCE tomorrow, if there's any change in this. This is why those news events are such a big deal, is because it affects this, and this directly affects the markets. So that's why they're such a big deal, without going too deep into it. Okay. All right, so let's get to it. Okay, morning, Millar. Try that again. That too. Morning, Lar. How are you? Mr. Tamika, you're on. If you're on, it's always a pleasure. All right. Okay. Where am I going here? There we go. All right. Excuse me. Okay. So starting off on the VIX. Now the VIX futures, not VIX, the index, if you're new. This is the leading indicator for the U.S. indices. This leads. All right. This leads, indices follow. So the VIX, we're still in a downtrend. All right, we're absolutely still in a downtrend. Our last Monday, okay, last Monday, lows to lows, we had our pullback. That hit its target. Okay, we hit these 1765s. Okay, so the most aggressive we can get, and we're going to look at it this way on the indices as well. No, low, ever since February 5th of 2018, there was a dynamic shift in our markets. And volatility, the VIX futures, okay, because this is traded. Remember, VIX is only traded with options. This is actually traded. So volatility became the leading indicator for the U.S. indices. It used to be the ES, all right, would lead the other indices. But ever since that date, for whatever reason, this became the leading indicator. Okay, and this leads in direction, 100%, right? If you follow the VIX and just trade off the VIX, every one of these highs is a low on the indices. Every one of these lows is a high on the indices. Okay, so for whatever reason, on that date, this took over. Okay, and remember, VIX is just an index, right? It's just an index. This is physically traded. All right. So what we're watching are these last Friday's lows to lows. Since we've gone through this target a little bit, and you can see that that is holding. That's defending. Okay. Defending right there. All right. So February 5th of 2018, Manco. That was the date that there was a dynamic shift in our markets. That happened to be the actual date at that point in time of the lowest drop on the Dow in history, up to that point in time. And if you look at, I don't have time to go into this, but if you look, I do this in my classes. You can see VX. You can see the futures change, right? It's really fascinating. It's really fascinating. Show them my 2518 tattoo. Very good. Speaking of tattoos, Ed, I had a little session last night. So, okay, here comes our news, guys. All right, let's see. Got to yakking so much. All right, where did those come in? Let's see where we came in here. Dun, dun, dun. All right. That was a big beat. Forecast 219, we came in at 191. All right, so we'll see how the market perceives that. Okay. All right, so on the VIX now, we're watching these last Friday lows to lows. Okay, that's the most aggressive we can get. Now, what we can watch for, if, and this is a big if those would break, Okay, if those would break. That would be at 88, round up to 90, at a tick, 95. If we would break the 95s, okay, then we could be making a much larger pullback on the VIX into its next extension short, all right, from last Friday's lows to lows, or last Monday's lows to lows, the ones that we've been using here for a while. So this is how you can look at that right there, okay? All right, just like that. And we'll see at the end of the call here if anything is dramatically changed. All right, does everybody got that? Where we are right now? Everything's still in shorts, right? All the indices, or I mean the VIX. VIX is still in shorts. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Everybody got that lined up? Am I good? Okay. All right, moving on. Remember, this runs inverse, right? VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. Okay. So moving on to our financials. Now, this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. And when bank is rising, right, that puts a tailwind behind the indices. That's a bullish environment. When bank is falling, that's a negative environment. That's a bearish environment. And I hate using those bullish bearish words because it doesn't move tick for tick. You have to just watch it for a bit and you'll see how it creates that environment. Okay. And when you combine the VIX, so what we were just talking about, and you combine that with this environment that's going on, that's when things become very powerful, right? So making sure, I know a lot of this seems like you're juggling 10 balls in the air at the same time, but it's really not, right? Hang on, I just lost the screen here. What are you doing down there? Okay, there we go. You have Fidelity, and you can't see VX. Neris, I'm not sure because I haven't used that. Maybe somebody else could help out, Mary. But depending on what, you know, when we're, and this is what I should preface this, when we're talking about using the VIX and using bank, more or less, we're looking at this more on the intraday, right? If you're looking at, we're looking at intraday and kind of the macro view, right? So if you're intraday trading, you know, definitely, Mary, if you haven't, if you don't have Trading View, you can get that, it's free. But yeah, I haven't used Fidelity, so it'd be irresponsible for me to kind of comment on that because I'd just be I could make something up to sound cool, maybe, but that's all that would be because I haven't used it, so I apologize for that. Okay. All right, Mr. Paz says use Fidelity, they not have futures. Yeah, so you're kind of on a different platform, right, Mary? If you haven't grabbed Trading View, Trading View is free, and I mean you've got to pay a little bit of data to get some stuff, but that's the easiest, probably most user-friendly platform that's out there. And if you ever have any questions, please ask. Okay? If you ever have any questions, please ask. All right? Okay. All right. Okay, so with bank, we'll see, we're in an uptrend. So the VIX is in a downtrend, bank's in an uptrend. That's bullish for the markets. Okay, that's overall bullish for the markets. So where bank is, there's two extension longs that we could be in. Okay. And remember, when this is rising, positive environment for the indices. When this is falling, negative environment. Okay. There's Monday's highs to highs, and then there's last Tuesday's highs to highs. So there's two different support levels below us. And remember, this isn't traded. Okay, it's just an index. So it doesn't have to be exact, right? We just want to see what direction we're moving. So we'll see when we open up what direction we're moving, and that'll give us our headwinds or our tailwinds against the indices. Okay. All right. So moving on to the ES. Now, here's where the ES is. All right. We've been in these ranges. All right. And here's the inverse of the VIX, of that larger move on the VIX from last Monday's highs to highs. Okay, there was our pullback. Here's our targets up here at 68.95. All right. Now, what we're watching on the ES is a little bit different. Okay. What we're watching on the ES is this. We're just watching from yesterday's lows to highs. Now, we are just absolutely chopping around at this previous high. This line is a previous high. We are just Miss Jackson if you're nasty up here. Just chop nasty. Okay. So we'll see if the VIX continues to fall out of that new extension, then we're gonna grind higher. Okay, then we're gonna grind higher. All right. RC said had a ES gap from 11.12. Geesh. I'd have to go back and look at that, RC. Yeah, as long as if it's traded during trading hours, that's all you have to think about. Between 9:30 and 4 Eastern. Then yeah, it's filled. That's the rule. Okay. So we're watching yesterday's lows to highs. Now, as far as our gap fills, we're not stretching that rubber band very far at all. Okay, meaning away from the fill. So as of right now, boy, those unemployment claims didn't do much at all. Here our gap fills at 62.50, 68, 62.50. 10 points away to the top upside, 10 points away to the downside. All right, if we open within 10 points, you've got about a 90% chance of filling the gap. Okay, there's nothing in our markets that gives us a 90% chance other than opening within 10 points of the gap fill. Okay. Thank you, Edward. You said 11.12 did fill. Okay. So we'll see going into the morning if we can stretch that rubber band far enough away to snap back into the fill, because we're right on top of it right now. Right, we're right on top of it right now. So all we're going to watch here at these lows down here is we're just watching this. Right? We're just watching this here. Okay, if we squeeze back higher and go through that, then the indices are going to make larger pullbacks. Okay? If we hold, right, and we start to head south towards our targets down here at these 1750, then we're going to rally. There's no doubt about it. Right? We're going to start to squeeze higher. There's plenty of room to the upside. Right? The larger longs that we're in, we have targets up at 71.40. All right, crazy to say that. All right, so not a whole lot technical going on here. It's a week before Fed, so it's not terribly surprising that we're a little bit slower. All right, so we'll see. We'll see going into the morning, okay? But all we're looking at right now are these 10 points to the upside, 10 points to the downside, and then the VIX at that short. Right. Okay. Do we officially have a Santa rally happening? Yeah, I mean, we do. According to, that's Mary Rose, right? Miss Mary Rose, good morning. Mr. McQuill. According to the VIX, we do. According to the VIX and Bank, we do. Right? VIX is in shorts, Bank is in longs. Not much more you can ask for. Right? It's just a matter of the indices lifting off and getting through this mess up here. Right? So we'll see. We'll see. That would make a lot of people happy for sure. All right. Yeah, Mary, if you have questions, we got a really good group, so please ask. Please ask. There's a lot of people here to help you. Okay. All right. So moving on. Now, the NASDAQ, a little bit different. Okay. NASDAQ's more aligned with the VIX right now, like as far as tick for tick. Remember, we had our last Monday's highs to highs. That was briefly sloppy right there, but it broke, but we don't get excited about that because the VIX didn't break. We hit these targets, right? So this is what we went through them. Okay. So this is directly, not that. This is directly inverse of the VIX. Look at that. Okay. So there's your VIX short. There's your NASDAQ long. All right, right there. So again, as long as this holds, right, NASDAQ's going to hold its long, and this starts falling, NASDAQ's going to lift off. Okay? Now, again, if we come up here and break, different conversation, because more than likely, I mean, we still have our halfway back on the week that we could run into. There could be multiple different support anchors above us. But if we do go up here and break these 95s, then more than likely we're making a pullback. Okay? People freak out for sure on that one. Okay? All right, so there we go. Okay, so there's the NASDAQ in that extension long. All right, in that extension long. Now, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Okay, here's the YM. Now look at it, same thing. All right, last Monday's highs to highs, we hit that target to almost to the tick there. There's that target right there. Okay, so we hit that target. So the most aggressive we can get here with the YM is that same draw that's on the VIX, same draw that's on the NASDAQ. All right, highs to highs. Okay, and that's holding us up. So there you go. Now remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to Bank's movements. And, you know, so when Bank opens up and gets moving, that's going to, you know, put headwinds or tailwinds behind the YM and the Russells. So there's the YM, there's its support. Okay, moving on to the Russells. All right. Not quite at our target yet, but that same draw, Mondays, last Monday's, highs to highs. Okay, haven't hit that target yet, so we're just watching this pullback. Right there. Okay, remember, watch Bank, especially with the Russells. Okay, Bank opens up and rallies, the Russells are going to fly. That happened yesterday. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. Here's our Loch Ness Monster, Tamika. You guys see it? There's the tail, there's the flippers, and there's the head. That's not an official chart pattern. It's just something we made up. All right. So there's our lows of the week to highs of the week on the Russells. Okay. All right. All right, moving on. Okay, so VIX Bank indices. Any questions before we move forward? Anybody? Bank once quick. Okay. Yep. These are the two extension anchors I got, Ed. One is from Monday, highs to highs, and then from last Tuesday, highs to highs. And again, it's just an index, so we can do whatever the heck wants. But that's what I'm looking at there. All right. You were distracted, sure. Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin still chopping around inside of resistance. All right, we're still in these shorts from October 17th to lows. Still chopping around inside of that. Haven't broken that extension yet. All right, you can see there's that previous high, and we are just absolutely chopping at that previous high. Okay, so we'll see. If we break this, we can make this larger pullback. If we hold these 94, 961s, then we've got targets down at 75, 323. All right. So nothing really to do here unless you're building up a short position right there. Okay. All right. So not a whole lot of brand new stuff there on Bitcoin. Now, gold and silver, little kind of developments, not major developments, but gold and silver still in massive long setups, right? Big long setups. Targets are up at 46.07 for gold. Okay, but we're waiting on this pullback. All right, it's been kind of levitating up here. All right, just kind of levitating up here, and hasn't made this pullback quite yet. But that's what we're watching for. From our lows on October 28th to our highs on December 1st, that's the pullback we're looking for. Okay, we had this little break yesterday of our new contract, lows to highs. And you could make the argument that it was sloppy right there, and now it's holding. You could absolutely make that argument. It's just not the highest probability, right? It's, you know, we don't want to try to curve fit something to make it work. This is our pullback. All right, so we'll see if we make it or if we lift off, right? See if we make it or we just lift off. I propose we just lift off. And I know a lot of people on here would just propose that gold and silver just explode, go to the moon, right? But we'll see if we get a chance on this pullback here. Okay, that's where gold is. Nothing's really changed up here. Nothing's really changed. Now, moving on to silver. Silver's making this pullback into support again. All right, from our highs, October 16th, to our high on December 1st. All right, right back into support. Okay, we had these little longs in here holding, and then they failed, and we're right back in support. All right, so just going straight sideways up here. Targets are up at 60.77. All right, so we'll see if this makes a pullback, right? I might look to add some down here if we can get down there again. I don't really want to buy it kind of right in the middle here. So we'll see. But if we break this, we're making a larger pullback. But right now, just hanging out, going sideways on top of that extension. All right. Moving on to the dollar. So the dollar is starting to play a pretty big role here. All right, we've got our negative correlations back with the indices and obviously the precious metals. So here's DXY. It's not the dollar. It's a bunch of different currencies shoved together, makes up an index. But from our highs on the 2nd to our lows here yesterday, or to this morning. Yeah, this morning. All right, we've got this pullback. So this falling is dollar weakness. This rising is dollar strength. So do we have room to squeeze with some dollar strength back into dollar weakness? We do. But this is where the DXY, it's almost not worth looking at sometimes, because if you look at the actual currency, the underlying currencies, it paints a clearer picture. So if we go to the dollar yen, all right, here's the dollar yen. Now, when the dollar yen is rising, most of the time, that's dollar strength. And when the dollar yen is falling, most of the time, that's dollar weakness. All right, but from our extension long here from July 31st, highs to highs, all right, we have now come back down to that, or darn close to it. Okay, so what we're trailing here, we're in shorts. We're still in short setups. It's just we've come back down, you know, into support. So we're going to continue to trail these short setups. All right. And that's from Tuesday's highs to lows. If we would break these, okay, at any point, things could change for the dollar. We could go from dollar weakness back to dollar strength. So we want to see, well, depending on what side of the market you're on, we want to see these things hold, right? We want to see these shorts continue to hold and the dollar yen continue to hold these measured moves to the downside, okay? Because this rising dollar strength is following dollar weakness, all right? And dollar weakness is bullish for the precious metals and to a certain extent the indices. All right, so when we look at the euro, here's what's kind of spooky about the euro is we are squeezing right back up. We're getting up into this resistance, okay? And, you know, depending on how you draw this much larger move, we could even be closer. But we're getting up into this resistance. So here's what we're watching on the euro. All right, are these same, like inverse of DXY and the dollar yen? Tuesday's highs to highs, or Tuesday's lows to highs, okay? So if we break that, then all of a sudden we can start selling pullbacks on the euro, and we would go from dollar weakness to dollar strength, okay? So, but as long as they continue to hold, right, we can trade the trend until it fails. As long as these continue to hold, it's more dollar weakness, right? More dollar weakness, which again, bullish for the precious metals and to a certain extent the indices, okay? So there's the euro. Moving on to the British pound. All right, British pound yesterday broke out of a short setup. All right, and here's the most aggressive draw that we have on the pound. Move this up now. A new high. Is these Monday's highs to highs. Oh, it looks just like the indices almost. Monday's highs to highs. Okay. Targets are up at 133.71. All right, so as long as this continues up, dollar weakness. This continues down, dollar strength. So you can see everything's still in dollar weakness trades. All right, everything's still in dollar weakness trades. So we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves thinking things are going to break before they actually do. So, you know, with all this dollar weakness, bullish, bank in longs, bullish, VIX in shorts, bullish. So we've got our big three, right, all telling us that the indices are going to remain strong. Okay? All right, so let's see where we are here. I'm right on top of the fill. Literally right on top of the fill. I have a sinking feeling we're not going to stretch very far away here. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully we will. We'll stretch far enough away from this gap fill to get at least a 10-point entry. All right. Okay. Questions. Got through our big news event. Oh, let's see if that moved effect on futures at all with that. It's not like these things move in an instant, but no, haven't moved yet. Okay. All right. What kind of ink did I get? You want to see it? You guys want to see it? Can't really see it because it's a little beat up. For my kid, I don't know if you know the story of St. Michael. St. Michael defend us in battle. But yeah, that's it. Can't really see it. But yeah. Yep. A lot of the military and first responders. Patron saint of the military and first responders. Yeah. All right. And of course, my crazy ass kid, as I'm talking to him about it, he's like, "Oh, I'm sitting in a chair getting one too, Dad." Like, really? He's running out of places to put him. That kid's gonna look like one of those Guinness World Record people. I'm teasing. He's not that bad, All right. Okay. All right. Everybody good? Yeah, of course he's bonding, right? Yep. Yeah, him and his Navy buddies. All right. All right. Thank you, NWO. I almost said Miss McQuill. Miss Mary Rose. You got that name is messing me up. All right, everybody. If you got any questions, let me know. But we are in the clear for news. Let's have a great Thursday. All right, Tyler, you got us? All right, thanks, everybody. See you.
All right, everybody. Thank you, Aaron, for another awesome morning breakdown. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're in store for another fun day of Stock Ads TV. Hopefully, we'll find some good trades today. We're gonna have Adidas and Jordan on with us to live trade today. Aaron will be back for the nooner, and then we have I think Jordan coming on this afternoon to trade, do a little beat the bot. So that's how we're gonna wrap up this week. I hope everybody's ready to go, locked in. Code BF. The Black Friday still live for the Stock Dads Discord. So if you guys have been wanting to check out the Discord, now's a great time to take advantage of that. So in the meantime, we're gonna step away real quick as we get prepped for market open here. We'll get Jordan and Adidas locked in backstage, and then we will be back on before market open. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stock Dad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Trade-of-8, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We got about 2 minutes to market open here. About actually a minute and 10 seconds. We have Adidas here with me today. Jordan's not going to be here today, so it'll just be the two of us. Adidas, how you doing, man?
Hey, doing well, man. How are you? Good morning, everyone.
Doing good, doing good.
Yeah, we're waiting for this open now. Had this huge
Yeah,
pump up.
yeah, huge pop there. About 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago.
All right, so we had, was that around unemployment claims? No,
I
it
thought
doesn't
the
look like it.
news came out earlier than that, to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
it came out earlier. I guess
Yeah,
maybe some delayed reaction.
yeah.
All right, we got that Canadian PMI in 30 minutes. I'm not sure that'll move anything. And then some FOMC members speaking later. So
What time's that?
that is at 11 a.m. Central, I believe.
Okay.
So 12 Eastern. Oh, did Meta doing some AI stuff, I assume?
Okay.
I mean, yeah, with this pop, like things are fairly bullish, but I'll need a pullback.
Yeah, I'm watching BankU can hold over 25,682. I got about
Yeah,
120 points of room up above.
that's pretty much my level.
Yeah. Should we just pull back into it now? So kind of the initial reaction that I wanted to see. Even if we can get down to VWAP and then back above, I wouldn't hate it.
All right, guys. So we got this long draw that just got validated here. All right, guys. So I'll be looking to go long at 650 on this 1 minute candle close. So I'm looking essentially for a rejection off the 650 and a candle close, and I'll look to take a long unless it kind of shoots back up. But I'm definitely looking for longs in this area here.
Yeah, I am as well.
I kind of want to take some right now, but that would mean a 40-point stop for me.
We did just tag VWAP.
All right, guys, here we go. So let's see if we break down. If we break down,
Well, I am in the
here.
Russell really strong right now. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
Whew, the Russell and YM are just ripping right now.
All right, guys. I'm looking for longs here. I'm going to go ahead and take this at 45. So I'm long 45 here, 20 points stop. Stop is at 25. This one's a little bit more risky just because I'm looking for a nice little pop right here because we could immediately reject off of this fib draw here. Plus now we have a weekly POC draw. We got 10 points, but need some more. There we go. It's 20 points. I couldn't get a trim off there, so I'm just waiting. I'm back at entry here. And Trade of Eight wouldn't give me my trims. Like my orders got rejected, and then the page refreshed. That was weird.
Really?
That was really strange. All right, looks like I'm getting stopped out on this one. Yeah, got stopped out there, guys. All right, now we're looking short.
Yeah, getting pretty
wow.
ugly on that 5-minute bar here.
All right, guys, that fair value low here just broke that. All right, guys, I'm eyeing shorts here. Would like for us to get back up to 80 for a short. So I'm looking for a pop back up to the 89 area here. Need a little bit more. Oh, come on. This thing's going to run down without me. Whew.
About 160 points on that 5-minute bar off of the open to the downside on NQ. Right back into yesterday's range. The last couple days range. Smack dab in the middle of it.
All right, guys. I'm taking this short here at 95. 20-point stop. So stop is going to be... let's see here. 615.
Rob, 10 seconds is a really long delay. It shouldn't be that much. On your YouTube video, if you like hover over so the bar shows at the bottom, make sure you're clicked on live so it's lit up as actually live real time. Because sometimes if you like click away, it'll, for whatever reason, not keep you on the actual live feed.
Got stopped out there, guys. So I'm switching long here at a 610. We're going to catch this pump.
Yeah, ES is looking a little better than NQ right now.
All right, guys, I'm long at 610 here. I want to ride this back up all the way. All right, as long as we break this. All right, guys, I'm still long at 610 here, just waiting. Stop is at 590. Man, NQ is moving.
Mm-hmm.
Still long here. Stop at 590. God, does it want to flush? See, below 95 is a short.
Yeah.
Guys, I got stopped out there.
Tricky so far. Yes, looking holding up a little better than NQ, which makes me think that I may, if I try another long stop, I may try it on the SPY instead of the Qs. ES is above VWAP here, right at its level at 68.69 that I have. ES filled its gap, but it's still green on the day. Well, NQ is red on the day, below VWAP, below its level.
If we reject this 595 again, I'll look to go long, because below that is a short all the way down.
I'm gonna try a SPY long.
If we break, let's wait for this candle close. Yeah, I want to go long too. All right, guys, I'm eyeing longs here. I'm thinking I want to get in at this NQ30 level, see if we can hold this.
Yeah, I'm watching the 0 DTE 687 calls. I just got filled on those at 47 cents.
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get in here long at 29. Stop is going to be 609. I'm rotating accounts right now. This thing can wick up and down 100 points.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm in a few of the 687 calls on SPY, but we'll see. We'll see if this can hold right here. If we break new lows on the day, I'll close them. Rob,
Guys,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I was just gonna ask Rob if he got the delay figured out, but
guys, I got stopped out there. I can't take this short though. All right, we got a POC shift down.
not the 2-minute. I want to see. Yeah, I'm in 0 DTEs. Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm eyeing shorts here.
But this 2-minute reaction here, Nate, is not what I wanted. So we start to break down. My fingers on the trigger here to exit. I wanted that 2-minute buy to get continuation. I'll show you what I was looking at.
All right, guys, I'm in short here at a 95, 20-point stop. Let's see if we can get this continuation. Jeez.
Yeah, this is what I was watching. We had the obviously the sell-off open here in ES. We rallied back. We were battling at VWAP here. This 2-minute triggered above previous 2-minute over my level. So pretty valid entry for me. That's where I tried to stab, but quick rejection there. So not the reaction we wanted from the 2-minute. I'm still in, but getting ready to cut it. if we don't start to hold and flip here very quickly.
I'm getting chopped out right now.
I'm down like $10 a contract right now. I'm sorry to hear that, Sebastian. It's always frustrating.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, that's rough.
This has been some pretty volatile action off the rip here. We're just about 15 minutes into the day.
I'm about to get stopped out on these shorts. Let's see.
It's tricky. We've just been in this range, daily range, and where we opened it, we were opening above it. It looked like we may finally see a bit of a breakout and some follow through. But we're rejecting pretty harshly back into the range, and then some pretty violent chop.
Yeah, I mean, most of the trades we had like 20 or so, but I was kind of looking for that 50 pop, but it looked like it was like we're just literally ranging. Probably my worst day in a while, actually. Wow. Still in these shorts.
Those look better to me right now.
He keeps holding below these levels, but
VIX is
doesn't seem to
making
want
new
to break.
highs as well, which should favor the shorts here. Yeah, I'm getting ready to close these SPY.
Yeah, today was rough, but I'm feeling this short right now. Hopefully we can get some continuation. It's good to know my automations also went short.
Yeah, the shorts look pretty good right now. VIX is pumping too. I'm gonna. I was trying to give it this 5-minute close, but
And guys, there's another 20 points, but I'm really needing something more here.
trying to give this trade the 5-minute close here. Still holding.
I mean, this feels like it's fighting to go short, but
Hey Vix, chill out, bro. How many kids do you have, Adidas?
I have two daughters, 5, and my son's 2.
Nice.
How about you?
My daughter's 6, my son's 4.
Okay,
So yeah,
pretty close.
it's fun age. Yeah, fun ages for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, honestly.
You doing the whole Elf on the Shelf thing?
No, I probably should be doing more of that stuff. We just got the Christmas tree. They got this Santa land thing um, over here where they do like an immersive North Pole experience.
Oh, that's cool.
So I've been looking forward to that. Yeah, today was pretty interesting, just the way they wicked like that. And like even now,
All right.
this thing is just chopping.
VIX is really getting strong to the upside. That I'm gonna close the SPY.
I'm still short at 95 here. Just waiting.
Yeah, I'm closing my SPY trade. I'm out of that.
Hey, later, Sebastian. Yeah, sorry, man. Rough day today. But hopefully, this one right here.
Yeah, short should be working out pretty solid.
If we scalp in 10, 15 points, we'd be killing it. But Daddy wants that 100 point. Yeah, it's been a rough week. Sometimes it goes like that, man. Luckily, I've had a really good week.
Yeah, I found for me a lot of times it comes in. It can come in waves, right? So like, I think the key is you gotta try to make the most out of when you're doing well and you have a good read on the market and the price action and the conditions are working out in your favor, and really try to make the most out of it. And when things are kind of going the other way, you gotta kind of realize it and sort of pull back a little bit.
Exactly. I got so for me, I cycle through uh, 5 different prop firms.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'll just keep each trade I just cycle through, and then I just rinse and repeat. So I just get the tabs open.
Mm-hmm.
I just go back and forth.
Yeah, I
But
think
if
that's
I
a great
feel
way
like
to
I'm
do it.
done, yeah, I don't like that those trade copiers or anything like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yeah, especially the way that you trade, you're very willing to just get in and out and catch your scalps. It's like you take that loss and moving on to the next one, if you take another loss, like it's not affecting you mentally because it's like it's just one loss on each account instead of starting to
Yeah,
stack and
yeah,
compound them on one
yeah,
account.
yeah. That's the thing. And then by the time, if I don't try to trade too much, I'll just leave it as a red day, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but the thing is, if you trade on one account and you take 4 losses and you see that all that red or whatever, yeah, it'll definitely get to you. But for me, I size it so I would need to take 20 losses essentially in a row to fail my account.
Also, I didn't even realize I still had my chart up. Sorry, guys. Not even what I'm looking at. Yeah, guys, just looking at ES here. And
Guys, I'm getting out of this short. I'm gonna wait for this market to give me something else.
so, on a daily perspective here, you got your move up, followed by this period of consolidation on the daily chart, which I think you can just essentially kind of call a daily bull flag. The open that it gave us was a gap over green, and looking like we may get some follow through from the daily perspective here, but pretty quickly back into the range. So we'll see if we continue to fade and get stuck within this range here again, or if this will end up giving us a lower wick and close as a daily hammer candle. We'll see.
This is making me want to go long, but there's just so much trickery going on.
Mm-hmm.
We have this huge long draw here. This long fib draw, almost like 100 points. Jeez, it's massive.
Chad, a few people have mentioned having tough days on their prop accounts, their funded accounts today, whether it's over trading or bad risk management, whatever it may be. If you guys don't, make sure you look into the risk settings that, depending on who you're using, Trade-Of-8, Project X, I think they all have them now, all the different trading platforms for the most part, where you can preset risk settings, whether it's a max daily loss limit, or I think you can even set an amount of trades. But you can put those parameters in place before the trading day, when you're in a clear state of mind. And then those are there. So when the market's open, if the emotions start to creep in, affect your decision making a little bit, you have those guardrails in place. So if you don't use those, I highly suggest looking into those risk settings that the platforms offer.
Of course, when I exit the short, we get 50 points, but amazing.
Yeah, new lows, VIX new highs.
All right, guys, we're at the 618 level, previous day value area low, 15-minute orb. I think this is a good R&R for a long here. I'm going to be taking a long here at 60. Stop's going to be 30 for me. This is a 30-point stop. All right, guys, got a 30-point stop here. We are long at 60. Stop is at 30, taking some heat. Yeah, for the most part, like, yeah, this week has been, we'd be able to catch, like each side of the chop. Today has been just off for me.
Yeah, I I had like 4 or 5 really good days in a row, and then the last I think 3 days have been kind of tricky for me. My ticker baby GME, he's holding up today. I still believe.
GME. I
Games.
haven't heard that in a while.
So I don't know if when I pull up my chart, I don't know if you can see it or not, but I was looking at the monthly and the weekly chart. I think it was Monday of this week, and I was like, "Damn, I kind of like this chart, man." And I don't know if you can see it or not, but this is the monthly chart. It's just this huge
Yeah.
area of support that we just have put this base in. But it's also, I don't know, I forget if you're like a pattern person. This is some sort of wedge where you
Yeah,
got,
I'm familiar with it.
yeah, I forget what they even call this one, but you got the flat bottom and then the wedge coming out here. Looks like we got like a right angle triangle. But anyway, we're just at this big support area, and the way the previous month's candle closed with the green hammer, and then we broke above it, I'm like, oh, this kind of looks like maybe we can get a little follow through.
Take it.
I actually am holding some shares still with this name.
Oh man, I haven't traded GameStop in a long time. Guy's still in this long. I'm not getting any movement.
Yeah, VIX's still pushing higher is what's making me a little hesitant on the longs.
Yeah, I mean, that read on the short 95 was good. It's just that the market kind of fooled me out of it. Oh boy. Guys, I am long 60 still. Stop is at 30. Man, not getting anything. That open was the only thing we got. Whew.
Yeah, if you look at the like 2 minute chart, NQ just that like big push down and then just slowly grinding lower, but in a very choppy manner. Meta is kind of interesting to me because of relative strength. I think they had a little AI news. I'd imagine the options are juiced though. think Meta 675 calls could be interesting.
I saw there was someone that bought a sizable amount. I can't remember what. Tesla 550 calls for January. Let me see how much that was.
I think Meta had some AI news today, so they had a strong gap up. It's up 4.2%. Its overnight high is up at 687. And the 675 calls are less than $3. They're $2.95. Wouldn't surprise we got back up to 687, which means those would go over $10 in the money if we got back to those highs.
Sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit.
I think it's valid. The only problem I have with it is I'm smack dab in the middle of two levels. with like room below and room above.
There's just no certainty in this game.
Nope. That's why risk management is the most important part of it all.
Mm-hmm. I should have just stuck to the 20 points. Got another 20 points there.
Yeah, I started aiming for a little bit of a bigger move, and then we've just gotten super tight shot.
I'm really surprised, honestly. So we got 20 points there on the long guys, but I am holding to see if we can get back up to that London low. That London session isn't over yet. Let's go.
I did try a couple meta calls.
This might be my longest hold this year.
I think it's the longest since you've been on. I think it's the longest you've
Yeah, I never hold it this long.
Yes, I'm in meta 675s at 298.
Let's take a look at meta.
Below 660, and I probably look to close it depending on how the options move.
Yeah. I'd like to go long at 669.
Yeah. Yeah, we're right at VWAP here, so if we can break above, I have an overhead level at 678 that we rejected pre-market, but we haven't tagged it yet since New York has opened. If we get up to 678, that'll put these 675s in the money. Or no, yes, I will. I'm an idiot. Second guess myself there.
Finally, come on.
You're in longs now, right?
Yeah, I've been in longs for a while.
That's right. That's what I thought. I was just making sure.
All right, guys. There's 30, 20 more points for my first trim, and then I will trail from break even. There we go. Beautiful. Keep on pumping. Pump it. All right, guys. I'm putting my stops break even on this one. I have not got my trim yet. But that's 30. That's unusual for me. I'm normally trimming at 20, but just the way things are looking, I just would like a little more. risk-free trade right here. See if we can get up to 600 so I can make some profit. And oh, come on. Oh, still in it.
Show you guys. I'm watching on Meta. Right at VWAP here, so we'll see. Don't want to see that reject, but this is the hourly chart here. You can see we got a big gap up. It's up 4.2%. Big gap up, sold off from 676 down to 660. Trying to get a little rally here. Basically, I think we can tag this upper level. We rejected. We didn't get quite up to 687. But it wouldn't shock me if the market can hold up, if ES and NQ cannot die and can start to rally a little bit here. Would not shock me to see Meta come back and take out these pre-market highs and tag the 687. So we'll see, just a little bit of a relative strength play. If you look at the higher time frame charts, the weekly chart looks pretty solid. The monthly chart just triggered a buy. I think they had some AI news today.
Guys, I'm back long at 54 here. 54. Stop is going to be 34. 20-point stop. First trim is going to be at 590. Back in long. Man, this is the worst day. Like just the action here.
Yeah.
God, this is the worst.
Yeah, 2-minute NQ chart is brutal. Absolutely brutal. New lows on ES, so that's not ideal.
Actually, you know what? Let me check my ES levels as well. That is important. Where are we? 68.51.
There's a level 68.49.50 that was valid yesterday. The way I mark my levels, we invalidated it yesterday, but sometimes they continue to work for another day or two. But just tagged it. Let's see if it can hold. Meta's giving us a VWAP rejection.
Yeah, guys, so on ES, my line in the sand is 68.47. So okay. 68.47. If we can stay above that, this thing should. We should possibly see 68.80.
Yeah, I mean it's right where we pretty much just came into there.
Yeah. All right, guys, that is 20 on that. Still waiting for my first TP on this long. All right, now we're getting somewhere, finally. Okay, never mind. They told me fuck off.
I know, it's like,
Jeez.
this is just,
But that on ES, I mean, we're fairly close, basically that 50 level. That's something I really want to watch there, because if we do end up breaking that, I'll look for like a 5-minute close below that 50, and that could possibly be a nice short.
the RTY strength is interesting. Give us the pop.
30 plus. Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Come on. Get me to 90. Jeez.
Give me the opening print. We want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now.
Come on. Almost 30 there. You know what, guys? Taking half profit here at 80. All right, time to go back to scalping these 15, 20 points.
He's like, I've seen enough of this price
Look at
action.
that.
This is where we go down every time.
Literally hit 90 right after I did that. Unbelievable.
It like the market like lulled you into thinking, all right, this shitty price action isn't going anywhere right before it finally gave you.
Insane.
I was still though this little 5-minute kind of range here. I don't know if we're out of the water yet.
Just insane. I mean, I'm holding this, but I don't like it. Oh my god. Oh, good thing I trimmed half. I'm gonna add that half back once we get back down to my entry. Oh man, I am late, guys. I have to step away.
Oh yeah, I forgot
For a
you did
couple
say
minutes.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll be back.
sounds good. Before we got on, Adidas told me he was gonna need to step away for like 15 minutes at some point. Wow, RTY ripping. Still holding meta. Look at RTY, man. Whew. It's a strong monthly chart. RTY was the one today. Opened. So this is what I mean by so we have this end of day level here on RTY, and then yesterday we got the hourly close through it. So technically we invalidated it, but then we opened right there today. It acted as support here, battled for a little while, and then eventually took off. So sometimes they'll still act as levels, even though they're technically invalidated based off of my system. See NQ, same thing, right back in the middle of this range. We got 9 minutes to the first hourly close. Love to see a strong rally here and try to get pushed back up towards 68, 69 on the ES. Hourly would look much better for some upside continuation if we got something like that here in the next 9 minutes. See if we can break out. Meta 2 minute and 5 minute trying to put in a higher low right here. We got, new low, then we made a higher low, see if we can hold this higher low. Let's see. Give me the rally up into the level here. So I was reading about the job numbers came out yesterday, this morning. So small businesses shrank. Surprising jobs report says. So the job market says, never mind, it's not all good. U.S. private sector shed 32,000 jobs in November after adding an upward revised 47,000 jobs in the month before. So we went from adding 47,000 jobs to removing 32,000 jobs month over month. According to a report released yesterday by the payroll firm ADP, the losses led by small businesses amounted to America's largest private headcount dip since early 2023. ADP's jobs numbers, which have basked in the limelight lately as a stand-in for government data that's been missing because of the recent shutdown, blindsided analysts who predicted that America would gain several thousand jobs. The government's November jobs report, which is slated to be released on December 16th, following a delay and after the Fed meets next week, should provide a more complete picture of what's up with America's cubicles. But for now, we know that mom and pop establishments dragged down recent employment stats. Companies with fewer than 50 employees shed 120,000 workers. Larger companies with 50 plus workers actually expanded their headcount by cumulative, I'm bad at that word, 90,000. But their job growth still slowed from previous months. Interesting. Small businesses getting hit. The market getting hit. Why did the jobs vanish? Some economists say the hiring likely stems from consumer belt tightening amid economic challenges, while a survey of manufacturers released this week found that some companies are slowing hiring due to uncertainty surrounding President Trump's tariff policy. But Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told CNBC that tariffs are unrelated to the anemic hiring, instead blaming the government shutdown for squeezing small businesses. He said that the administration's deportation ramp-up also played a role, but predicted that employment trends would soon rebound. New lows. That's pretty ugly on the indices. VIX with a nice push higher. Yeah, it doesn't look great if you want longs. Look at that candle on the VIX. I mean, pretty classic, just bear flag breakdown there. On the NQ, got your move down. So it looks like we're breaking down from the bear flag, which isn't super shocking, especially with VIX pumping like that. The next levels on NQ are these two down here, which is 25,495 and 25,459. But that'll be completely erasing yesterday and Tuesday's move, and we'll be back down towards the low end of this range. Let's see here, though. The 5-minute trying to flip. If this can break, if this breakdown can fail, possible that we just trapped a bunch of shorts and we can finally see the squeeze higher if this bear flag breakdown fails. Could be a little trappy for the bears. The bears. The Russell holding up really well during that. 5-minute has officially flipped green. We got about 2 minutes on this bar here. It's looking like maybe it wants to give us the failed breakdown. Let's trap some bears and squeeze this bad boy back up, eh? Oh, let's go. Come on. Says date. Today is the 4th. Looking at Look at some tomorrow expiration SPY calls. All right, we just got our hourly close. Tried a couple SPY calls expiring tomorrow that I would consider holding overnight, depending on how the rest of today goes. If we can get a strong close. It's 686 calls, so they're pretty decent out of the money here. Just seeing if that this little failed breakdown of the bear flag can be a bear trap, and that can let us squeeze and kind of rally out of this daily range and get some follow through into the end of the week here. So we have a lot of ground to make up. Still not out of the woods by any means. Sebastian, you said insane. You just mean just the price action, just the how we broke down there and rallied, or what do you mean exactly? Coming off a pretty strong 5 and 15-minute closes, the VIX a pretty nice 5-minute rejection bar to the downside. We're also holding its strength really well, high above VWAP. YM's back into VWAP here, a little bit above. ES just tagged VWAP from below, see if it can break above. NQ still got a little bit of ways to go to get to VWAP. Idea on these SPY calls is that this daily candle can flip into some sort of green hammer with a strong close that then can give us follow through up into 688, 689s potentially tomorrow. SPY above VWAP here. Still holding Meta as well. My fill on Meta was 298, and the cons are at 245 right now. So we're down about $40, $50. Yeah, $50 a contract. But for Meta, I'd be looking. I'm looking for probably be 100% plus on that trade. Definitely looking for a bit of a bigger move, so willing to give it more on the stop, a little more. I wish the hourly closed slightly stronger, but did give us a lower wick. All right, Vix, keep selling here, baby. Keep selling. All right, I think things are lining up where things look solid here. By no means am I going to get too comfortable, but I do like the way things are currently looking with our two positions. Okay, let's go, baby. Nice. Nice. Nice push on ES there. All right, baby. I like that. See if we can get over the 668, 69 here on ES. We look good over VWAP. Ooh, small caps pamping. I wonder, since Adidas is on the move, he was in longs, and then we got the breakdown from the bear flag that reversed. Wonder if he's been managing stuff or just letting it ride. Because he'd be sitting pretty if he was still holding, but that breakdown first probably would have got him, I think. Nice 5-minute close. Let's see what other news we got. Russia said there have been no breakthrough on a peace deal with Ukraine after its 5-hour meeting with American envoys. President Trump pardoned Rep. Henry Cuellar, a Democrat from Texas who had been indicted but had not yet faced trial in a bribery case accusing former President Biden of targeting the lawmaker because of his stance on immigration. Apple's head of user interface design, Alan Dye, the executive behind its liquid glass feature, is leaving the company and said to be moving onto Meta. Meta's been they've been recruiting from everywhere. OpenAI, Apple. The doctor who sold ketamine to Matthew Perry before the Friends star's fatal overdose was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. Did he lose his doctor's license? Because if not, somebody send me his number. JK. House Democrats released previously unseen pictures from the private island of the late former financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. I saw those. They were creepy. Bunch of masks on the wall. In the middle of the room, it was like a dentist chair. Weird. More than 1 million bags of shredded cheese have been recalled for potentially containing metal fragments and not just the wood health influencers are always warning you about. Health influencers are warning us about wood inside of shredded cheese? Listen. If there is wood inside of my shredded cheese, I mean, just call me a woodchuck. Because how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? If there's wood inside my bags of cheese, I would chuck a whole lot of fucking wood. You know what I'm saying? Don't take my cheese away from me. Cheese is life, bro. All right. Come on, Vix, keep on coming down. Down. Pick me up, I'm falling. Anybody got any good Christmas gift suggestions? That's about it for headlines I'm seeing. Sam Altman orders OpenAI code red as rivals grow. Just as everyone else begins to slow down and use their second monitors to play the 24/7 burning Yule log. Not me, baby. I got 3 monitors going, and we ain't slowing down. We're heading into this year ripping hard. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman reportedly sent out an internal memo this week telling staff that the company was in a code red effort and would need to focus all its energy on improving ChatGPT, even if it meant pausing other projects. The memo landed as rivals like Google Gemini increasingly put pressure on ChatGPT to stay atop the chatbot market. I did hear that Gemini's latest update's really good. A lot of people are saying it's better than ChatGPT. I think it's funny every time that like one of these billionaires sends out an email to his company that's like, hey guys, we need you to work hard on this thing. It's like headline news. He told us we have to work hard. Altman's directive and subsequent social media posts from other OpenAI execs say that staff have been asked to prioritize expanding the audience for the tool, which currently boasts 800 million weekly users, as well as making it feel more personal and intuitive. Altman said that other projects like shopping, AI agents, and its personal assistant, Pulse, would take a backseat for the time being. The AI agents are such an awesome concept, but I have yet to be impressed with them when I ask them to do a task. OpenAI will also start hosting a special daily call for employees working on ChatGPT. No way they're getting away with keeping their cameras off. Boom. OpenAI is losing ground. The latest release of Google's Gemini chatbot lapped OpenAI's ChatGPT in a number of industry benchmark tests, and users are taking notice. Google said its Gemini app has jumped from 450 million monthly users in July to 650 million in October, thanks largely to the first release of AI image generator Nano Banana in August. Anthropic is also gaining traction, jumping from under 1,000 enterprise customers 2 years ago to 300,000 plus in September. The upstart recently acquired AI developer Bun to beef up its coding automation tool. All right, Adidas is back. What's up, brother? Okay.
You can integrate that with your, they call it an IDE, so you can code in it.
Okay. So are you someone who knew how to code like before AI tools? Like, did you have some coding experience, or like in building these bots and stuff? Have you utilized like AI and that kind of thing in order to code your bots?
Oh, I have been software engineer for over a decade.
Okay.
That's just like my my full time
Gig.
job. So
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
I while you were gone, I got in some next day spy longs. We had the bear flag that we got the bear flag breakdown that then started to fail. So we hopped in some of those. They got off to a nice start, but this pullback is getting a little
Yeah,
bit.
I was about to say I wish I was here because we took profit on that long, and I had my stops break even. I would have got back in on that long too, which is
Yeah.
I
I was
I
saying that.
kind of
I
want
was
to
like,
get
man,
in
he
there.
walked away. I wonder how he managed this. I figured you probably just had stops in place. And I was like, I feel like he would have gotten back in these longs.
Yeah, I'm actually looking to get back long. Ooh, I was actually looking to get back long here at this 95. See if we can get in here.
Yeah, I got these next days as a potential swing. Just the thesis being that we gapped above this daily range we're in on the SPY, and kind of failed to break out, sold back off into the middle of the range, but we're also kind of failing to go lower. So if the rest of the day today we can kind of rally and flip this daily bar into a green hammer, I like the possibility that we continue higher into Friday. But we'll see. I need the daily bar to flip here, so we need back over the opening print.
God, this dump hurts.
Yeah, it
It
does.
doesn't. And the market is unforgiving today. I kind of want to. I probably might need to short if we stay below 95. Let's see here. All right, guys, I'm eyeing shorts here. Would like a small pullback to 95. This could go either way, but I'm gonna take this short here. All right, guys, I'm in this short. In this short at 95 here. I'm gonna switch long if we hit 607. So I'm short at 95. I'm going to switch long if we hit 607. Short 95. We'll switch long. If we hit 607.
Are you back this afternoon, or is Jordan? Do you know?
I can't do this afternoon.
Okay.
I can check with Jordan.
No worries. I can reach out to him. I got
Oh,
this
okay.
after. I wasn't 100% sure. I didn't think you were back. I just didn't know for sure.
All right, guys, there's 15 points. I want a little bit more for the trim. See if we can get our 20 here. I'm pretty salty. I missed this like 100-point move. Oh my god, that's juicy. All right, guys, taking my first trim here at 70. Boom. Trailing from break even. I'm moving my taking off my long at 607. See what we can get here. So that is 20 plus 5. All right. We get back up to about 87. I'll be all out on this short. Solid 25 points there. Beautiful. Come on, write these shorts down. Come on. All right, guys. All out on these shorts. Not going to hold this anymore. We'll see if we can get a re-entry on this short depending on how we react at 600. We're just going to keep trading this chop.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm cash right now, just waiting. Guys, if we get one more rejection from 600, I'm going to take this short again. Hovering around 90 right now. Let's see. Just want a little pop. Just a little pop real quick. When was this move? Okay, 10:30. Hold on, don't we have news soon? Let's take a look. No, nothing.
So since you haven't been on in the afternoons, instead of doing like beat the bot, we've just been putting screenshots into my chat GPT and getting trade suggestions from it while Jordan comes on in the afternoons, and he'll take some trades against it every now and then. Um,
Oh, interesting.
yeah, just it just having some fun with it, see what it does. But it's been pretty impressive, and like I just sent it a screenshot now, and it was like, just give me your breakdown of what you're seeing in the markets. I just showed like a 5 minute daily chart, and it's just impressive. It breaks down. I'm like, that's a good breakdown.
Oh yeah. So I saw that I was working on using live visualization of the charts and what you can feed it. You can feed it in. So
Yeah,
um,
how do you do that? Like an actual video feed, or do you do like is it like frames from the video?
yeah, it'd be frames. So
Okay.
like you would just take pictures every minute or two or whatever,
Yeah, almost like a
and
time lapse. Yeah.
yeah, and you would send it over. It's like a HTTP request. It's called a RESTful API.
Okay.
So you send that over, and it's real time and real time sentiment. So you see a lot of these hedge funds doing something similar. So they'll I don't know if they're doing exactly this, but this was my idea.
Mm-hmm.
It was doing pretty well. It's a part of a lot of the AI stuff I'm working on the trading side. So now you can get that real time data. You can put any chart pattern, whatever, in it. It will analyze everything in a second for you,
Mm-hmm.
and then it will take. You can get real time sentiment from X or wherever, right? And
Interesting.
it can, yeah. So it creates like this percentage probability, essentially, and then from there it says, okay, hey, yeah, go long, go short.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing you can do is Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim is free, so you can download a uh, CSV file.
Yeah.
So if you right now, if you guys go to Thinkorswim, you download uh, the CSV, and you literally feed it into any AI.
So where do you
It'll give
download
you
the CSV?
so it's basically like the option chain. So if you
Okay.
Google like download CSV from Thinkorswim option chain,
Okay.
there's a so once if you download that, feed it to the LLM. So you would have to probably do it like every morning and the evening, and it will basically break down the gamma of where all the dealers are positioning and all this stuff, and it's all free. And so every morning and evening, you can get a feel of where everybody is positioned. So you essentially load the option profile from like the monthly expiration every day before the open and the market close, and you can get a sense of how the market's actually positioned. So it's pretty.
Interesting.
There's so much stuff out there. Honestly, the AI is crazy.
Yeah, and I'm very interested in trying to. I think it's always going to be. I mean, trading is always going to be changing. I think the behavior of the market will always continue to cycle and change a little bit, but I definitely think it's an awesome idea to try to utilize
Oh yeah,
AI.
yeah. I mean, these hedge funds, you're right. They pay people with PhDs and all this stuff to crank this stuff out. So
I'm trying to see where I don't. I just looking at the options. I don't see a download spot for the CVC, but I'm gonna Google it. So you said Google download CSV option chain from Thinkorswim.
yeah, What is the market gonna do here? Come on. Getting to this 15-minute OR low here. See what happens. May like to take a long here. I'll be eyeing longs, guys, if we reject off this 50 level here on NQ. See if I can catch something.
It's another rejection off the level for me. Not ideal. Not ideal.
All right, guys, we broke. Broke the 50, so I'm not taking this long. If we break down below 41, this looks like a good short.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, annoying.
All right, guys, I'm going short here at 37, 20-point stop. Beautiful. Keep pumping, baby. Or keep jogging. I'm going to be taking these trims quick if it'll let me. All right, guys. Taking a trim here at 511. It's 27 points. Stops at break even, trailing.
NQ made new lows here. ES hasn't yet. Don't forget, guys, we have Aaron back for his nooner breakdown, recapping the morning action at 12.
All out of this short, by the way, y'all.
Dude, my buddy, I play hockey with him. I think he's 10 years younger than me. So
Yeah.
he's like 24, 25. And he's like one of my friends who has shown interest in trading since I've been into it. And he's like dabbled a little here and there with futures. And he recently started asking me about options. So I was like helping him understand options and stuff like that. And he just sent me a screenshot. He bought some. I gotta look at the chart, but he bought EOSE ticker. He bought some options at 16 cents, and they're at 104. So he's like up 550% or something, and he just sent it to me. I'm like, hell yeah, dude, let's fire.
He probably thinks it's that's how
I
that's how
know,
it gets.
I know, 100%, yeah. He was on the stream yesterday. I don't know if he's here today, but heck yeah, let's go. What a banger, baby.
Shoot, now I gotta go long. All right. Let's see what we can get. All right, guys, I'm going to go short here at 41. And then my stop, and I'm going to switch long at 60. All right, scratch that. I'm switching long at 53 here. So I'm short 41. And I'm going to go long at 53. All right, guys, I'm officially long here. 20-point stop. Stop will be at 33. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
My screen froze for some reason.
Euro USD 0.6 said on average, how many trades do you take a day? I'll let Adidas answer that, but he was saying earlier he uses multiple accounts from at least 5 different prop firms, and he like rotates through them. So he's taking a trade on one, he either gets a winner or loser, he moves on to another account, takes a trade, either winner or loser, moves on to another one. So Adidas, I don't know if you want to give any more explanation on that, but
Yeah. So I really try to stick to anywhere from 1 to 4 trades a day. I'm about to get stopped out on this long, by the way. And so the way I do it is um, I rotate it out exactly right. But if I'll stop the day sometimes at 2 trades if I get 2 really good trades, and then I just won't trade the other accounts, and then the next day I will just start. Um, I'll just start where I left off, and so that I like that because it helps me manage my risk, and I'm not just going hard in one account, and it helps with the psychology as well.
and then your USD for myself. I typically am someone who aims for more higher R multiple trades where I'm risking one to make three, four, five, six, seven, even more sometimes. And I'll potentially hold a move into the next day as a swing trade or but yeah, I would say generally speaking I'm anywhere from 1 to 3 trades in a day. And that depends too, because I'll also use prop firms. So I'll trade futures on prop accounts and then I'll trade options on cash accounts. So that can vary depending on if I trade both of those throughout the day. Sometimes I'll trade my futures accounts pre market and then just focus on options um, intraday. So it can kind of vary, but
Guys, I'm back long here at 47, 20 points style. It could be actually. I normally don't trade this late as well. I'll probably have to hop off. The way this is just not my type of movement. Guys, I'm long 47 here. Let's see if we can get a quick little punch up here above this 15-minute orb. Boom. Come on. Give
nice.
me more than 10 points. Jeez. Ah, nah. This thing is Chop City.
Yeah. Yeah, this. Oh, it gave us that one that the move after the failure to break down out of the bear flag was nice, but then just reject from the same area. Couldn't get any follow through. And the chop has continued to ensue. But that like that move up and then the fade move down from there were like the two. Those were, you could have caught a solid move up there and a solid move down there. But outside of that, it's been pretty choppy.
Yeah. I guess later in the day I'll go for like kind of 10 point scalps. I hate doing a 10-point stop though. It's like nothing on NQ.
Yeah. Oh, and then 10 point stop on NQ is super tough. You got to really catch a
Yeah, that's why I
sniper
don't.
entry.
Yeah, that's why I don't like scalping at 10 points. At least with my setups. All right, guys, I'm going to give this one more candle here to break up. We may chop for a bit longer, but I am going to hop off after this trade. See you at this 1 minute. Need this 1 minute candle close to do something here. Come on. Come on. Boom. Give me that. Guys, we are like 4 points in profit. 5 points.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, guys, I'm putting my stops here at 50. This chop's killing me. So 1 point profit. I would like for us to run here. If we pull back, no, I'm not going to do this chop nonsense. There we go. Beauty. All right, guys, I'm trimming here at 62. I'm going to trail the rest up, and that's it for me. This chop is brutal. Guys, I'm all out. I'm all out. Done. Done. Today was a rough day. Sorry that I had to leave for a little bit there. I missed that beautiful long.
Oh, no worries, man. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Man, it was fun.
Yeah, man. Sounds good. Enjoy the rest of your day. And
well.
I'll see you next week. So enjoy your weekend as well. Your Friday tomorrow too. What time is it? 11:18. Yeah, I'll hang out for a few more minutes here, and then yeah, we'll be taking a quick break, and then we'll be back with Aaron for the nooner.
Beautiful. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, all right, chat. Have
See
a good
you,
one.
Adidas.
Later.
Just looking at the ticker, my homie caught. Who's learning options caught the banger on. Gorgeous daily bar. Big daily bull flag. Kind of run this area liquidity. Failure to go lower here. Looks pretty nice. Meta still holding up above this 660s. Still in that. Still holding the next day SPY contracts as well. We never did make new lows there on ES. Well, NQ did. Let's see, a little bit interesting. But yeah, if we start to give up these lows, this area we've been holding, I'll probably close up the SPY. Meta, we're gonna give below 60s. Let me see, is Meta something we would consider holding into tomorrow? Yeah, I think so. If today can close strong, these are both names I would consider holding into tomorrow. But we'll need some volume to pick up here to break out instead of just continuing to chop around. Chop suey. So when Aaron gets on chat, make sure you guys tell him to break us out of this chop, that we want to go higher. We want the long boys to work, all right? So make sure you guys let Aaron know. All right, I got to run to the restroom, so I'm going to step away here quickly, grab something to eat real fast, and then we'll be back to get Aaron on. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We will be Stock Dad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Trade8, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with Aaron for the nooner. Aaron, how was your morning?
It was good. It was good. Kind of uneventful, but it was good. I'll take it.
Sounds good, man. Go ahead and take it away.
All right. How's everybody doing? What's up, everybody? Who we got? Make sure you say hello because I can't see all you guys. How we doing, everybody? Hello, hello. Miss Tomika, what's up, what's up? How we doing? All right. Well, Omar, what's up? Give everybody about 30 seconds here. Made our next pullback. Crazy. All right. Well, let's get started, guys. So we had our unemployment claims this morning, right? And they were a beat. So our Fed Fund futures didn't change. But here's what we're looking at. Okay, starting off on the VIX, this is VX, the VIX futures. This isn't VIX, right? This is VX. This is the leading indicator for our broad markets. So as long as the VIX is in this downtrend, the indices are going to continue to be strong. That's just how it works. All right. So this morning, we're still in these last Monday lows to lows on the VIX right there, right? We have targets down at these 1765. So we've hit those targets. Okay, we hit those targets. There was this little extension right here, this little lows to lows that we were watching, but it ended up breaking. But what we ended up running into in our next measured move is we're just going down in a series now. All right, we had our halfway back on the week. So this is where we're sitting. Remember this on, forget what day it was. Monday, we traded our halfway back on the week. And then Wednesday, we squeezed back up into our halfway back on the week. Now we've hit those targets as well. We're just going down in a series, right? From our previous high. All right, right there. So that's where we're sitting right now. And we'll just keep trading this trend until it fails. And you'll see the inverse of this on the indices. So going into the afternoon and going into the rest of the week, I mean, the markets are bullish, right? The markets are absolutely bullish. Bank is in longs, VIX is in shorts. So the path of least resistance for the indices is up. Okay. Now we have PCE tomorrow. All right. That's a big inflation report. So we'll see, if that, how that comes in and how the market responds to it. But you can look at this one of two ways, right? You can look at it from the high of our previous move, which is Monday 345 to lows right there, or just a next in a series. All right. Now, usually we'll use the more conservative draw because we don't want to misidentify a trend break. So for the VIX to change trend and the indices to change trend, we would have to at least on the VIX, 1811 round up to 15 at a tick, 20. We'd have to at least break the 20s, the 1820s. Okay. And you can see there'd have to be a dynamic shift in our market, right? Because we just had our little squeeze this morning and then bang. All right, so targets are down here at 1735, right? We can watch our halfway back on the day. That's our 10-15 highs to lows to see if we're going to start trending here. Okay, and if we do, right, we've confirmed these targets. And what do I mean by confirm these targets? Well, once we traded up here, we broke the opposing move, right? We broke the opposing move. We had to trade the 65s, I think, or 60s. Yeah, we had to trade the 60s. And we broke those. Okay, so we've confirmed these targets. All right, so we can watch. Now, this is a pretty aggressive draw, but we can watch these shorts, excuse me, going into the afternoon. Now, as we've seen over and over and over, if the VIX just starts to melt, the indices are going to grind higher, right? They're just going to grind higher. Okay. So that's where we're sitting. So everything's looking very bullish going into the end of the week. And remember, next week is Fed week, right? So the market's pricing in almost 90% of another rate cut. All right, let me look at it real quick, make sure nothing crazy has changed. it was at 89.2. Let's see what it is. 87.2. So a couple percent less. Nothing crazy. All right, so that's what the market's pricing in. They're counting on a rate cut next Wednesday. All right. Okay, so any questions going into the afternoon on the VIX? We'll make sure everybody's set up. Right? Everything is bullish for the indices. Now there's going to be pullbacks and whatnot, but you know, we are in a bid. We are absolutely in a bid on the indices. All right. Any questions? Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? Okay. Make sure you say hi, guys, if you're on, because I can't see who all's on. All right. Okay. So there's the VIX going into the afternoon and the rest of the week. Now, bank just been grinding higher, right? Anytime our financials are grinding higher like this, then that's a tailwind behind the indices. We didn't even make a pullback. Okay. Now, this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. And when it's heading up, that puts a big tailwind behind the indices. Imagine a big fan below the indices blowing up on them. Makes it hard for them to go down, easier to go up. Okay, so we didn't even make these pullbacks. We've got a couple. Now, this is just an index, right? So it doesn't have to be technical. Cycle trader, what's up, man? So this doesn't have to be technical. Okay, we just look at it for our intraday direction. All right, now I should say the VIX and bank, the two things we just talked about, those are for the US indices only. Those don't affect crude oil or the precious metals, the dollar, Bitcoin to a certain extent. Okay. So we're just going to keep, if we just keep grinding higher on our financials here, then indices are going to continue to have that tailwind. Now, for some reason, the VIX or bank would roll over and make a pullback. That doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. Okay, that just means that there's a headwind against them. It's harder for them to go up, easier to go down. Okay, so we've got these two extension long levels. This one right here, okay, hit, and that's from our Monday's highs to highs. So we're just going to continue to trail these guys. You can see this was front run dramatically, but again, like I said, it's not traded, just an index. We just use these draws as a guide. But we're still in longs, right? Absolutely, we're still in longs. Okay, so we'll see going into the rest of the afternoon here. All right. So there's our financials. Banks in longs, VIX is in shorts, right? Okay. Now onto the ES. So here's the ES, just in this big old sneaky snake up here on top of this extension. We were talking about this earlier in the week, I think, that this would be a very real possibility, okay? Because this is where those happen. So we're still just inverse of the VIX in our Monday, 2 Mondays ago, highs to highs, okay? We've got these targets up at 68, 95, 75. We haven't hit them yet, all right? But what we're holding, okay, just inverse of the VIX, all right, are these Wednesday's lows to highs, right there. That was our pullback today. All right, so now we're just chopping around in here, just chopping around, but there's your support, right? And if you look, 10 a.m., right? There's 10 a.m. right there, okay? So that was the VIX running into resistance, selling off, and that was your indice bounce right there, 10, 10, 15, right there, okay? So this is just becoming a range now, all right? Just because we're almost kind of wedging in here. All right, PCE is a big report tomorrow, so we'll see how much volatility we have this afternoon, how much participation. But see how we're making lower highs and higher lows. We're starting to wedge in here, so it wouldn't be any big surprise if this afternoon was a little bit slow. All right, that PCE print is a really big deal. Okay. All right, so there's the ES. Now the gap fill this morning, that entry was just in front of these 20 points, and we filled this sucker quick, right? So here's 915. We traded almost 82.50 was 20 points away. We traded to 80.75. All right, And pretty much at the open, we filled the half, filled the full, and then ran into our support. Okay, so that gap is filled. The gap from 11-12, somebody had asked about that. That is filled, I believe. Let me go back. Well, I can't see it on the 15-minute. Hang on. Let me see if I can see it. Where was 11-12? It's right here. Yep, we filled that. We filled that during regular trading hours. I believe. Man, that's close. Hang on, let me look at that again. Let me look at that again. What was that? People were asking about this. That's why I'm going back here. That was what? 68, call it 68, 77, 68, 76. I'm just looking to see if we actually filled it during trading hours. What's our high? Yeah, we did. Okay, so that's filled. That's filled. Okay, so where the market cleans up its messes, right? So we went up, filled that other gap. There we go. So we're good to go there. All right, so nothing crazy here this afternoon. This is just a range. Be very careful in the middle, right? That's where rattlesnakes hang out, in the middle of ranges. Very dangerous. Okay, so we can trade the top of the range, trade the bottom of the range. Just want to stay out of the middle. Okay? All right, so the VIX squeezing back up into this. Now, there'd be nothing surprising about it squeezing back into highs and us just staying here, but we'll see. We'll see as we go into the afternoon. All right, so be careful in the middle. We can trade the bottom for sure. That's support. Now, if we break that support, whole different conversation. All right, but just everything's still bullish, right? Dips are getting bought. We're still in a bid. All right, moving on to the NASDAQ. Now, the NASDAQ's a little bit different. Okay, we had this extension long, those Mondays, highs to highs. All right, 2 Mondays ago, highs to highs. That, actually hit its target. Now, there was a new extension, a new highs to highs right here that broke. So there's the larger pullback right there on the NASDAQ. Now, if we look at those Wednesday lows to highs, the inverse, or the same as the ES, you can see those broke, right? Those were sloppy. We're going to leave them up there. All right, we're going to leave them up there. So just kind of as a visual, as a visual of support. All right. Remember, the NASDAQ on this last draw was sloppy as well. Talk about that all the time, how the indices can be sloppy because the VIX isn't, right? This last pullback, right there, sloppy. All right, so we'll leave that up there like it is for now. All right. But again, we're in this range, right? Trade the bottom of the range, trade the top of the range. I'd be careful on the top if the VIX is falling, but you can definitely trade the bottom of the range, so be careful in here. It looks like the VIX is trading that resistance. That's what's giving us this pop. Let's see. Yeah, right there. All right, so we'll see. We'll see going in the afternoon. But that little sell on the VIX right there that you see, that's what's causing this right here. Okay, just completely inverse. All right, so we'll see if we get another opportunity down here going into the afternoon. All right, now the YM and the Russells, okay? Check these guys out. So the YM came all the way back to all-time highs, okay? All the way. Hasn't even made a pullback yet. Why is that? Well, because bank is flying, okay? There was our pullback last Monday, highs to highs. Pullback, target, touched all-time highs. All right, so we do have this pullback for the YM. Now, here's those Wednesdays lows to highs. And you can see how strong the YM has been, right? Remember, the NASDAQ broke this. The ES is like right here. Here's where the YM is. It's strong, okay? It's absolutely strong, all right? So keep an eye on bank. Remember, that's the best leading indicator for the YM and the Russells. And they're most sensitive to bank's movement. So we'll see when we get down here, if we get the opportunity, because that would lead us all the way up to those 48, 298s. All right. So that, not quite there yet, Looks like bank must be kind of weakening a little bit. Let's see. All right, yeah, banks hasn't made any new highs. See how it's not making new highs? So we'll see. We'll see. All right, now the Russells. Again, think bank, right? The most sensitive. So here's the Russells. All right, just rip it. Absolutely rip it. Didn't even make a pullback. All right, so there's those Mondays. Don't sleep on the little brother here. There's those Mondays, 2 Mondays ago, highs to highs. All right, traded right there, hit our target. So the Russells actually does have this a new potential, since we've gone through this target, a new potential highs to highs. All right, so you can see how bullish the Russells is right now. We've been talking about this for a couple weeks, right? That once bank changed trend, the Russells could really take off. All right, so let's see how close we came to trading this. Not even close. So we'll watch bank this afternoon, but that's your support on the Russells right there going into the rest of the week. Pretty awesome, right? Pretty awesome. Because this pullback, this is when we started talking about this. This pullback was what, on the 2nd? That's what, this Monday? We started in this on November 26th is when we put in that high. Then we retested it. Now we've come back here, and bank has broken trend. So as long as bank stays in its uptrend, Russell's going to stay in its uptrend. Okay, so pretty cool. Pretty cool on the Russells. Right, when we know, we've gone over this before, when the Russells breaks out of ranges, it has a tendency to go, right? It has a tendency to really run. All right, so we'll see if we get any pullbacks here that we can get into. Okay, we got anything exciting going here? Not really. Okay, any questions, VIX bank indices going into the afternoon? Man, I just lost my screen again. I got like a loose wire or something. I got to figure this out. Hang on one second. Lost the screen. There we go. Okay, now I can see you guys. Okay, any questions? Everybody good? Everybody dialed in? Easy peasy? All right. Okay, fine. All right, let's move on. Okay, Bitcoin. Bitcoin's starting to roll out of that high. Starting to roll out of this resistance. All right. Now this resistance is drawn from this low on October 17th to our lows. Right. We've been watching this. This is the next extension short with targets down to 75,323. And we dipped into these highs, right? And just chill. Fred Flintstone getting his car going, right? And we're starting to roll out of those highs. Okay. So again, what we'll watch for is a series of shorts to start. They haven't started yet, and that will lead us down into these 75,323s. Okay. Unless we get a wild hair, HARE, and take off. All right, that's where we're sitting. So we're starting to come out of that now. It's taking a while, but we're starting to come out. Okay. All right, so let's move on to spot here. Do this. Swear jar's up to $55. Look at that.
That would be frames.
All right.
That would be frames. So like you would just take pictures every minute or two or whatever.
Yeah, almost like a time lapse.
Yeah. Yeah, and you would send it.
Oh, I think I hit the wrong button again. I did hit the wrong button again. Here. I got you guys. Don't worry.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
There we go.
And,
Okay. All right, it's right next to there. There's just humor me. Whatever. Okay, here's Bitcoin spot.
Yeah, and you would send it over.
All right.
It's like a
Bitcoin spot. So here's where where the hell did my screen go? My gosh, Tamika, I'm all over the fairway. What am I doing? Here we go. All right.
request. It's called a RESTful API.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you send that over.
Here's the weekly. Here's the longer term time frame on Bitcoin, so we can know what we're looking at here.
So
all right, here's our ultimate target, 33.5 or September 6th
send that
of this year. Okay.
and it's
That extension long from April 10th. All right, this is the one that we traded. Traded to a target, traded to a target, didn't make it. And then we dipped into highs. All right, we ran into a time crunch, and there we go. All right, so we're looking at this the same way as we are the futures markets.
Real time and real time sentiment.
All right, remember, spot's going to trade all weekend too. All right. So from those lows on October 17th to our lows, right, there we are starting to come out. I hope you guys aren't sleeping on this. The level of opportunity up that's going on in Bitcoin right now, and the level of opportunity there will be, hopefully at the end of this year, are blow your mind, right? So, you know, we've gone from 127,000, right? And we're sitting at 92 right now. That's a long way, guys, and we've got a long way to go. Okay. So lots of different ways or lots of different opportunities to take advantage of that. All right. So we'll see if we start our next leg down here into these 75s. All right. Okay. Stocks. Stocks. What do you got? What do you got? What are you looking at? Anybody?
Something similar. So a lot of these hedge funds.
Stocks.
Something similar. So
INTC, GD, AMAT. All right, here they come. All right, man, I hitting the wrong buttons. INTC. All right. Intel. Look at that, ripping right out of that extension long. Jeez. No doubt about that. All right, let's zoom out here, see where we are. All right, so we're coming back up into resistance, but again, any sort of resistance above us is going to have to break longs, right? So, you know, you don't look at this as a short setup. You look at it as just potential resistance, all right? Because we're in longs, all right? We're in longs. So pretty cut and dried right here. From August 19th, that's your anchor, to October 29th, there's our pullback. Broke the opposing move, so now we're watching for this pullback right here. All right, there's your bullish above line right there. Let's go down to a 4 hour. All right, there we go. So these like 37s, call it.
Something similar.
Okay, if we're going to make a pullback, we did dip into these highs. So if we're going to have a pullback hold and get us up to these larger targets at 46.28, that would complete that move. You're going to have to see this hold. Okay, going to have to see that hold. All right, but that's where you're sitting right there. That'd be your next. That would be your next pullback. All right. And earnings coming out 49 days, so you're good. Okay. What else we got? GD. Is that a mat or a net? I'm going to look at GD, Tamika. I haven't looked at this one, have we? This. Military spending, right? Coming off of these lows, there's number one. Right there. From that low, there's number two. Almost made it. Target. I think we're just going up from that anchor. Let me see. Yeah, that broke. Number 3. Right there, and you just hit a target. Look at it tap that perfectly and sell off. Those 360.47s. All right, so you just hit a profit target. This is on a massive time frame. You just hit a profit target at these 360.47s on the weekly. Look at that. How cool it geeks me out every time. All right, so let's zoom in a little bit here. So it could make a pullback. Now, again, that's a massive time frame. We could hold these smaller worker beam moves and drive through that high and then go into an extension long. But let's look here on this smaller time frame. All right, coming off of our lows. Boom, this is super bullish, right? It's right there. Super bullish. All right, so there's your extension long anchor right there. 1 target. Went through that target. Number 2 target. 3 target. 4 target. Number 5. And we're ripping out of that. So look at that. That's pretty cool, pretty technical. So from this high on July 14th, highs to highs, that's where you're sitting, Tamika. Right there. All right. So you can keep trailing. You can keep trailing from that high. Right? That looked really solid. There's no doubt about that. Right? There's no doubt about that. So as always, you'll want to see, trade support, break the short, and then you can draw that long. But that's a good looking stock. Right? That is a good looking stock. You could almost start watching for pullbacks right now because we haven't reached this yet, right? We've still got room. Actually, it was right there. That was the pullback. Just never hit this target. Right? Never hit this target because we ran into support first. So, you can, if I was looking to get into this, I'd start looking at pullbacks. Absolutely, I would. Right? 'Cause it's absolutely in an uptrend. Right? Absolutely in an uptrend. All right. So, that looks good. That looks good, Tamika. Very good. All right. Okay. All right, so we want a mat and a net. Okay. A mat and a net. Let's look at those. Wow, that thing's running up. Broke that short. All right, so there's your long. It just ripped off this long. That's a 50% off sale right there. That's a half off sale right there. Draw from 0 to this high. All right, investors love half off sales. All right, half off. There's your pullback. That's pretty obvious, right? There's your pullback right there. Went to and through this target, didn't it? So highs to highs right here. You could have a highs to highs extension right there. If that would break, right, you could come halfway back. Right? But as long as we're staying above those 228.28s, then you're in an extension long here. Yeah, and this is just going straight up. There hasn't been any sort of pullback in this. Right? Just straight up. All right, so that's how I would look at that. Now, if it keeps going higher, then just keep extending that draw from these highs on July 15th. If it keeps going higher, just keep extending that draw. All right, and as long as it stays above that 61.8, that's still bullish. All right, so there's a mat, and then we wanted to look at a net. All right. Looked at this one a while ago.
if you Google like download CSV from Thinkorswim
Target there.
chain.
All right, let's see where we are.
So if you Google like download CSV, Google like
This had a split. When was that? Oh, that was back then.
Option chain.
Okay, coming out of these lows, this is what we're going to watch here. Right there. Tap that right there. Zoom in. Get rid of this.
Where do you download the CSV?
It's basically
That's just a halfway back.
So if you Google like download CSV from Thinkorswim option chain,
that's just a halfway back from this low April of this year to highs. There's your halfway back right there. So let's see if it's broken any sort of short or it's getting hung up on an extension here. No, it looks like there was your pullback right there, and there's an extension short from right there.
It's basically like the option chain. If you
right there, see that?
To the LLM.
Then we went through, and that hell, I wouldn't even draw that up. So I would watch for one of two things. One is see if you get these pullbacks. They're starting to hold right there. See, you're getting bought. And then the only real thing you'd have to watch for is if we made it all the way up here. Let's see, you've still got some room, right? So this pullback off of these lows right here is what can lead you up into this potential resistance, okay? But that looks pretty good. It's starting to hold longs off the lows here. All right, starting to hold longs off the lows. All right. What else we got? Tesla or okay, this is enough stocks, guys. This is gonna take me through this. Okay. Tesla, yep.
Where everybody is you can get an evening, and so every morning.
Oh, broke the short. Okay, there we go. All right. So this is what we're looking like on Tesla here. So this draw is from June 5th. All right, to
morning and evening.
All right, put it to this one. To this high up here. November 3rd. Okay, there's the pullbacks right there. All right, targets are up here at 521. All right, now that you've broken that short from highs, this is what I would watch for. All right, just watch for these pullbacks. All right, you get these pullbacks, that could lead you up. Right, that could lead you out of this and up into these larger targets. So Tesla looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. The only thing you'd have to watch for is if you got to these highs first and then rolled back over, because you could get steamrolled in the middle of the range. All right. Okay. So there's Tesla. Looks really good. All right. There's Tesla. Oracle. You're welcome, Mr. Paz. Oracle and SMR. Okay. That broke. We haven't looked at this one in a bit, obviously. That broke. That broke. All right. Drawn from those $60 on October of 22 to this high December of 24. There was that pullback. We went into some extensions, but those broke. So we're just going to trail from that low. And that's where we're sitting and lifting out of right now. All right. These guys have earnings in 6 days, by the way. All right, so that's kind of your bullish above line in the sand down here at these 170s. All right, there's this little short you're going to have to watch for. Right there, hasn't quite broken that yet. That'd be the first thing you'd want to see break. See how I was defending it? That'd be the first thing you want to see break, and then you could draw your lows to highs and look for a pullback. But if those hold right there, you're just going to roll right back over. All right. And remember, they got earnings in 6 days. Okay, SMR. I think we've looked at this. Yeah, we have. All right, let's see where we are here. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Okay, yeah, we don't have a whole lot of data on this. All right, this is just coming out of support. I know this draw looks funky, but it's just coming out of support here. So we're watching for a trend break. And it looks like we're real close. Real close. So this is drawn from this low, November 7th of this year to lows. So we're almost, if we can break that, those 2309s, right? If we can break these 2309s right there, then you can draw that lows to highs and see if you can get a pullback to buy into. Let me get the magnet out on this one to make sure we haven't broken that. Oh, right at the line in the sand there. Right at the line. Yeah, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Real close. Right, real close. So yeah, I'd wait for that to break and then buy that next pullback. All right. Okay. Oracle SMR, Facebook. Yeah, Facebook. All right. Meta. Look at that guy. All right.
Where do you download the CSV?
Well, okay, I remember where we are now. All right, so we've got this pullback to make, right? This is from October 31st of 22 to our highs in February of 25 of this year. That was the pullback, right? We didn't get to the target. Then this next move broke. All right, that broke. So what that tells us is there could be a short right here above us that would lead us down into support. All right, so that's what we have to be aware of. Since we broke that next measured move inside of this thing. All right, so that's what we got to watch. Now, if this goes up and breaks, great. There's support below us that we didn't know about. All right, but that's how I would look at that. All right, that's how I would look at that. You might be able to get away with a long from lows because we haven't quite gotten into that resistance yet. But if we do get into this resistance and roll out of it, then you're going to want to be aware. Be very careful with drawing any longs because it could roll back over. But we'll see. We'll see. It's kind of in no man's land right here because you don't really want to short it with strong markets, but we'll see. All right. Okay. All right, so there we go. New to trading, trade into Indian market, and figures and options. Suggest something, or should I go with funded account only? I don't know. I don't know what your situation is. So it'd be irresponsible for me to kind of comment on that. I wish I could help you out more, but everybody, I would say more than anything, if you're new, learn, right? Learn paper trade fake money. Yeah, don't listen to Nate B7. He's teasing you. But just learn. Don't think you're just going to walk into the markets and things are going to figure themselves out. That's very expensive to do it that way. Just learn. If you're not a member of Stock Dads, jump in there for sure. And learn. That's the best thing. Most people try to trade first before they learn, and they spend way too much money and lose way too much money, and then have to go back and do the learning part when they should have just done the learning part in the beginning. All right, that's the best advice I could give. Art, what's going on? Okay. All right, so let's move on here. There we go, right button this time. And if anything I talk about seems confusing, guys, just stick with it. My camera's all wonky. Stick with it. it'll start to click, right? It'll start to click. It just takes some time. All right, so gold and silver. All right, silver's still at its extension long. It really hasn't gone anywhere. Okay, from our highs on October 16th to our high on December 1st, that's our pullback. We're still holding these longs. All right, we just haven't lifted off yet. Right, targets are up at 67.73. All right, there's really nothing inside of this. All right, I put on a brand new position this morning down here. So stops are break even now, so we'll see. I'd like it to get up high enough that I can actually hedge it, because right now there's just not enough profit built into it yet. So I'd like to see us go at least before we make a pullback. But this is support, right? And our targets are up here. We don't really want to start growing longs from lows yet or anything like that. Okay? Because we're just going sideways up here. So this is support. You can see all the buying happening down here. Okay? Still very bullish. Still very bullish. Now gold, where did gold go? All right, here's gold. Gold's just really flopping around up here. Okay? We're still in massive long setups on gold. All right, but this is a mess. This is an absolute train wreck in here. All right, we've still got this pullback to make. That's what we're waiting on gold. And we're going to really pay attention at these 41, 47s. Now, we've got all sorts of big old targets above us. 46.07, way up there. All right, but this in here, longs from lows have broken, shorts from highs have broken. This is a mess. Stay away from that. Okay, absolute mess. So we'll see if we start our pullback or whatever, but you can see this is just gross. That's just gross in there. Still very bullish, right? Still very bullish on gold and silver. We just haven't lifted off yet. Okay, and we're starting to get some dollar strength, so it's going to slow these guys down a little bit. All right, so moving on to the dollar. All right, here's DXY. There we go. All right, it's still in a downtrend, right? Still in a downtrend. So remember, this is just an index. This isn't the dollar, just an index of a bunch of different currencies. But when this is rising, dollar strength most of the time. When it's falling, dollar weakness. All right, so you can see we've got room to make a pullback, okay, into our Tuesday's highs to lows. This pullback would be brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness. Okay, and that dollar strength could put a headwind against the precious metals and to some extent the indices. All right, when we look at the actual currencies themselves, okay, here's the dollar yen. All right, we're still in shorts. All right, we've run into a little bit of support, but this means nothing until we break short setups. But you can see there's those Tuesday's highs to lows. So this squeezing back into resistance, right? Dollar strength. We roll over, dollar weakness. So again, dollar strength can slow down the precious metals and the indices. Okay. So moving on to the euro. Now the euro is in an interesting pickle. All right, because it's right back up at highs. Here's our larger time frame. Okay, we're right back up here at this resistance. All right, so it needs to continue to hold these long setups. There's its inverse of the dollar yen, Tuesday's lows to highs. So it needs to hold this, right? And the dollar yen needs to hold this, right? And we fall, that would be dollar strength till we get here, we lift off, dollar weakness. We break this, we're going to change trend on the euro. And there might be a massive opportunity right there, right? Because that's a long way down. Okay? So we'll keep a close eye on that. All right, British pound, it was holding, it actually broke out of shorts and has been holding these extension longs. Look at British pound. All right, so traded target, we're just going to continue to trail to those highs. That is from December 1st, 9 a.m. to highs, and we're coming back down here. Don't let this fool you. It hasn't traded it yet. This was previous to us putting in a high. So we're coming back down to our first test here. This breaks, we're going to have a larger pullback. All right, but this falling, brief dollar strength. If we defend this, we go from dollar strength to dollar weakness. All right, let's see what we got going. Bank still grinding higher. VIX sideways to down. Indices are going to be sideways to up. All right. Yeah, choppy Chopperton in here, right? Choppy. So don't get chewed up in that bubblegum area. Right, Tamika? Get chewed up in this. So be safe in there, guys. All right, so we'll see come 1:32 o'clock, our participation kicks back in, how much of it we're going to have. Remember, we've got, whatchamacallit, PCE tomorrow, okay? Big report. So we'll see if Wall Street's kind of sitting on its hands. All right. Okay. Yes, market tuition is expensive. It very much is. All right. Art's late is in Cali. All right. Okay. All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions or anything you might have missed from Osika? Everybody's set up for this afternoon. Like I said, just be safe on the indices this afternoon because they're kind of being crappy. All right, as long as the VIX starts barcoding, if the VIX starts barcoding down here, starts to look like a barcode in the grocery store, then we're not going to go anywhere. Right? So we'll see. But right now, again, PCE tomorrow could be slow. All right. But remember, the indices are in a bid, right? The trend is up. The trend is up on bank, down on the VIX, up on the indices. So that's the path of least resistance. Okay? All right, everybody good? All right, Tyler, you got us? All right, make sure to stick around, guys. I'll post these draws here in a few on my channel, and I will talk to you guys on WAP tomorrow. Thank you, Tyler, for this week.
Sounds good, Aaron. Thanks. We'll see you next week. Have a good weekend.
All right, you too, brother.
All right, man. See ya. We'll be right back, everybody. All right, guys, we're just going to. I think Amar might be joining me. I'm not 100% sure. Callan just sent me just the update. We're going to just cover a quick little update here on Amar's small account challenge that he restarted, I should say. He restarted on Monday. Oh, I think I hear him. He's here. What up? All right, bro. Just give me 1 second, chat. We're gonna get Amar on real quick. All right, I'm getting his spreadsheet pulled up here. Jeez, man, I gotta zoom out. It's a big spreadsheet. Huge, brother. All right. All right, we got. Boom. All right. So, chat, I can. As he's talking, I may zoom in on the spreadsheet a little bit more if you guys need me to. Amar, I'm assuming you probably have the spreadsheet up so you can reference trades. This looks like what we got: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 trades so far this week.
Yep. 8 trades.
So when you have option spreadsheet 5x scales. So what do you mean by 5x scales? Like
Oh, that's just how long the thing is. You can ignore that.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you start with 700 instead of 1,000.
Yeah, we took a poll, and it was like
Okay.
split between starting at 500 or 1,000.
Okay.
We just did the middle.
Gotcha. So it looks like started off with SPY trades, then we got so MSTR. Is that you still holding that?
That is currently open.
Okay.
She is down at the moment about 16% or $82.
Okay.
So it's, that position is still open.
Okay. All right. So win rate so far has been 71.43%. So that's for the day trades. And then we got win rate overall 66.67. Average win $40. Average loss $30. Average loss. Okay, so you only have the one realized loss, which you just let it go to zero. It looks like a $30.
Yep.
I'd assume out of the money SPX con.
Oh yeah, it was like the last half an hour type of trade.
Yep.
I was risking $30 to make 100.
Yep.
Good R.
Yeah, it's valid for sure.
I was willing to let that go to 0.
Yeah, if you trade in a 0 DTE, that's pretty far out of the money. If it works in your favor quickly, they can move nice, but you definitely got to be willing to let those bad boys.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on anything for Mar so far on the small account challenge? Mar, do you have any feedback? Is there any like thing specific that you think's allowed you to do this multiple times? The fact I think you've done it, at least 4 or 5 times and maybe more, but
yeah, it's just having the right mindset. You don't want to chase those unicorns. You want to be consistent. Get your gains, you compound it, and then once the account reaches a certain amount, then you can take a little bit more risk. Yeah, it's all about just having proper risk management. That's for any trader to grow any account, either whether it be small account or if you have hundreds of thousands. So just having that positive risk management.
Yeah, so if you can apply this to a small account and grow it, you should be able to take the same process and apply it to a much larger account with the same type of results, just at a larger scale.
Exactly.
All right. Well, we only have it looks like a handful of people still hanging out with us. Are you MSTR? Do you have an update on how you're planning to manage that? Are you waiting to see how we close today?
Yeah, that's a little.
Or is that
we have until next week expiration.
Okay.
So as long as she stays above, 185 level, I'm okay holding on to it.
Okay. Yeah, so you got some time on that one.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, that's a pretty solid start so far. Yeah. Count up around 25%.
Just about 25%. Yep.
All right, nice. Are you done trading for today?
I might do something with SPX at the end of the day, like around 3 o'clock, but we'll see. The market's been
do something for goodness sakes. Break us out of this flipping range, Amar.
Right.
Do something. Give us some liquidity, my
It's been just rain all week long.
Yep. We opened this morning trying to break out above and just quickly came right back down into the middle, and then have just been chopping around in there since. Yeah. Been a bit of a tricky week this week. Monday
definitely has. If you made it out green this week, then you're doing good.
Yeah, it's been a little choppy, been a little tricky. But that's what happens. Market goes through cycles, so.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, man. Well, unless the chat has any questions, or you have any more thoughts that you'd like to share about the small account, we could probably just wrap it a little early for today. And
yeah, man. If anyone has questions, let me know. Otherwise,
And will you be trading in the Discord tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Friday, so I will try to see if if there's something playing along, if something's gonna come up.
Even if you're not live trading, I'm holding on to the green. I assume you still just alert everything, even if you're not on live or whatever.
Yes. Okay. Oh, yes.
All right, man. Nice. So Black Friday sale for the Discord is still going on. Code BF. That's another 3 days, 2.5 days. I think that ends on December 7th. So if you're not part of the Discord, make sure you guys take advantage of the Black Friday sale. Lock in the 45% off Discord. You can trade with the entire team every single day, all the alerts. So make sure you guys take advantage of that. I think all the prop firms still have their Black Friday sales going here probably the next couple of days. So if you haven't utilized any of those yet, you can use code STOCKDADS. I know Tradeify launched a new account. Lucid updated their Flex accounts. No consistency rule in the funded account. So Lots of good deals, lots of good things going on in the prop space right now. So use code StockDads for all that good stuff. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. Another good live stream, another good episode of Stock Dads TV. We'll be off for tomorrow. Be putting together some content and stuff on social media, so make sure you guys are following us at Stock Dads and at Stock Dads TV. You can follow me, my personal page at Risk Life News. And my man, your account is what? Amar Trades, Amar?
Yes.
Yeah, well, make sure you're following the entire Stock Dads team on socials. It's always good to have your support there. We appreciate it. So thank you guys again. Thank you for supporting the show. Hopefully you guys continue to find entertainment and value from it. And we can continue to build and improve and make this a better show and a better experience for you guys and new viewers, hopefully. So thanks again, everybody. Enjoy your weekend. We love you. Peace out, everybody. Stay safe. Trade safe. We love you.